Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh, there. I'm a snake in a cave. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. No arms tracking or no hands tracking for obvious reasons. But if you don't know, broken hands. Wrong hand stuff with this one, so that's why. But yeah, hope you are doing good. Welcome, welcome. My throat feels weird today. Again. Give me a second. Yeah, hopefully it's not too bad. It's just my throat feeling weird. It's nothing too much, I feel like. Oh, I hope. Oh yeah. There, it should be open now. Haven't listened to Curve the Necrodancer in a long time, so figure why not. Let me open up the... We're doing some 3D art today. You know, I still remember, you know, that I have the what do I call it? The 3D modeling things that I need to do. So here I am doing this today. I think it was this one. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, that looks so wrong. How do I fix this? I looked at this and I suddenly become blank. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem, I would say. This is what... This is what I got. I mean... Ooh. Here, let me put myself there. I mean... It looks... Is there floor? Oh, was I doing the hands already? This is a long time ago. I don't even remember what I'm trying to do. Let me open up my... I think I have my... This one. Right, I'm still trying to do something like this, of course. Grouping drawing after the new iron. Get the new version. I'll do it afterwards. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to do. Something like this, I guess, but yeah, this is the original concept. I was trying to do like a small full body. I should have just done like the shoulder up. But because the character is so small, I have to do it the whole I have to do the whole body. I mean, at least I can feel like the texturing and everything is not gonna be too difficult, so there's that. It looks like they're just loafing here. But why is the legs like this? Why am I trying to go for? Oh, am I trying to go for this? I mean, if I am, I already did it wrong. Oh no! It's okay. You know what? I was probably tired anyway. You know, I was probably tired and doesn't have the best judgment, you know? So even if I was doing the wrong thing, I couldn't even tell because I was so tired. But anyway, that's besides the point. The point is, we're doing this today. Let me put... I'm gonna put it... here. I'll try to refer this one. A little bit like this as well. Oh, this one helps. Yeah, it goes up and then down. It doesn't do... Yeah, it goes up and down. It doesn't go this. Okay. Let me try to fix it then. How do I fix this? The hands is too straight as well. I don't think the hand works this way. Does it? I mean, they are very close together, but still. I think it's just the lower body that's making it feel weird. Yeah, probably. Let me do some fixes if I can. This doesn't look right. Okay. Man, I haven't touched this in a while, have I? I mean, I've been doing 2D works for the past few weeks. I mean, I like it. No? I like doing 2D stuff. It's both have their own difficulties, I would say. You know, 2D, 3D. 3D requires a lot more time. Not saying that 2D doesn't require time. 2D does require time, but sometimes when you're trying to produce some high quality shit in 3D, you're really gonna spend a lot of time on it. Like, really a lot. Let's see if I remember how to do this. I just hope I remember how to do this. Is it mirrored? Yes, it is. Okay. I was thinking... should make this part thicker. Let's do some minor fixes for this one first. And I want to erase the entirety of the legs right now, because legs doesn't look right. Or at least the thigh area just looks wrong. I think there's a tool to just cut it out, right? The hand is blocking the way though. Cut. Control Shift key and then click to use it, okay. Oh, is that how I'm supposed to do it? Nope. I honestly never tried something like this before. Just clipping everything. Essentially just erasing them in a faster way. I just think that the way that I did legs is just not right. So I figured that why not just destroy all of it and start over again. I think that way is a little bit easier. Because I don't think I can work with what I had before. That one just looks wrong. Like, very wrong. I'm gonna need this. But it now has holes. Those are holes. I think it's okay. I can just keep that meshing until it's gone. It should be fine. Or that could happen. Done. I just think the legs is a little bit too straight. I kind of want the legs to go a little bit forward, or it's just something wrong with the stance, don't you think? Oh, is it not back enough? I think the lower body should be like go behind a little bit more, like that way. Can I even do that? Because I already have the hand here. Oh no. Oh wait, I could just don't forget about masking, it's good. Oh, are they too close together? I mean, fair enough. Okay. I feel like it's a good time to go back to art sometimes. Also, I feel like this one is already wrong, right? I feel like they're way too close together and they got stuck. You know, my problem is I should just redo this. The hand doesn't look right now. Okay, let me try to move the hand first. Like, try to move the whole body. Like, behind. Is there a way to hide masks only? Give me a second. I remember that's... Wasn't that a thing that I could do? Question mark? Just hide the mask mesh. Said no. Hi Brian. May contain sexual themes. Oh, didn't I put that in a long time ago? I think it was like a few years back, or like last year when they introduced to the tag system. And I immediately put it in because I know how much I reference some sexy things. And not all the time though. Hi Brian. I mean, last night was something. First time Twitch has shown it to you? Oh, that's weird. Wait, that's not right. I feel like, yeah, and then the leg should go up first, like this part. I'll make them like, I kind of want to clip this one. I think it's just hard to get it right now. Did you get that Audible trial? Not yet. Not yet. But I'll get it really soon. Especially tomorrow. I mean, I'm already excited for tomorrow. I never got excited for tomorrow because it's Tuesday. Meaning that I have to go to work. But now that I have Audible and I have a book that I can listen to, I think that's pretty exciting, honestly. And with a book like that too. And I see what you mean by the narrator, like the creature's narrator voice does melt people, I would say. Yeah. I feel the voice would melt me as well. Oh, must be cleared, okay. Okay, this one give it a little bit more definition, I feel like, at least. Just a little bit. Yeah, at least they're not too close together now. Okay, I need to... Just clip it all. Yeah, I'll rather redo the whole legs. It just doesn't look right. The butt should not be floating like this. It goes in. I think the chest can go in just a little bit. And then belly goes out. This is the belly part, right? At least to my understanding, that's belly. It's a series? Ooh. Still not done with it yet. I got a small handful of hours left. But oh my god, I'm just listening to it all weekend. Oh, I'm excited. It's a series. There's like 6 books, I think. But only 2 of them are audiobooks so far. Or I mean, it does take time to actually narrate everything. Considering novels are Yeah, thousands and millions of words and stuff they need to narrate the whole book. It's not easy. The second one got released in March. The first one was last November. So I'm pretty sure they're working on the rest right now. That's pretty recent, yeah. I want to listen to it. The glasses make you look like a Snek librarian. See? Snek is sophisticated. Huge word, see? Because I'm not a kobold today and I can use... Well, it's not that I can use huge words, it's that I know huge words now. That's sophisticated. I'm so good. Ooh, that's weird. Oh, it does make them stick together. Oh, right, of course. Oh, it's not as bad as I thought. Okay. I guess I clipped it pretty well. It's so sophisticated. I am so sophisticated. What I want... What? Whoa! Yeah, I mean, that looks fun. It looks like... What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The fly was too much. Look at, I have a bit of a rainbow snake right there. Clearly snakes don't fly, they just teleport to another dimension. They don't fly. Right? They just teleport to another dimension. Who needs that when you know, who needs to fly when you have that? It's like a huge chunk of meat right here, starting from behind. Look. I'm just flying. Oh my god, wait, that's a barcode. Yeah, I know. I'm actually a barcode. Can someone scan that? Is that scan able? Oh my god, it's a Stixy barcode. Sticks the barcode. Kinda like the name Stixy, yeah? Curious, I mean, I did not come out with the name on my own with this one. You know, Stixia is a community effort, I would say. I still remember like you guys just pitching in the names and then me putting into a notepad and then me deciding whether if I want, deciding which name should I use. Good times, really. A little bit like this, right? And then I just need to sort of No. Hi, Fire Jackal. I've been hugged. Hello. Welcome. Holy shit, the hand's so small, which means you're so big. I mean, Stixy is pretty big, I would say. Stixy is very big. What? No, hi Brecky. Welcome, welcome. Spinny Snake. We love Spinny Snake. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Oh. Goddamn autosave, why did you do that? I think until this part, and then this part don't touch. Maybe that one is for the tail. But for now, let me just add the thigh. The first time I made the emote, loved it. Nice. I mean, it is really heckin' good. I'm glad they loved it too. It was heckin' amazing. Nice, nice. I don't even know what was I doing last time when I was making this. I mean, I was probably very tired. Yeah, I think it was like a few weeks back. Hi, Sky Blue Dragon. Nice. Trippy color snake. Also, you like dragons a lot. I mean, I'm usually a kobold. I would say my kobold friend likes dragons a lot, but I do like dragons too. The context is that I have a few characters that I love to play around with. But hi, hope you're doing good. It's a lot more thicker though. Can you just like pull it out? I feel like it's gonna be too bombastic, too much. Watching this stream being a dragon fan is kind of mandatory. I mean, it's not mandatory, but you know, a dragon good. What can I say? Dragon good. And break stuck or struck last 60 seconds to say anything. Oh yeah, it's all good. Thanks for sticking around for the ad as well. I like dragons, or should I say my kobold friend likes dragons. I'm usually a kobold. It's just when I do art, usually I'm a snake. A kobold just runs away. I have a few characters that I like to play around a little bit, so yeah. I think it's best to just like do it slowly. Like using move tool might not be the way to go because this part right here I need to like decrease a little bit. I have to go outside later. Oh, I don't like going outside. I see. Ever heard of a dragon cow hybrid? Dragon cow? It's definitely a rare one. But I like dragons anyway. So, hey, if you ever hey, a dragon milk? Is it something like this? Ugh. It's paired with, where the fuck? Oh, here. Paired with this. And then there, look at that. They got plenty of dragon milk for sure. I mean, it's dragon cow hybrid, so yeah. I have to go my bank physically to activate my online banking. Just want to see how much money I have. Oh, ooh, going to bank, it's so scary. And cows are amazing looking animals. I bet they'll make a good hybrid. And cows! I just think they're pretty gentle. I think they're neat too. I mean, my Chinese zodiac is cow. 那我属牛的, I'm Chinese zodiac cow. So, cow's cool. Cows are also super gentle. Yeah, they are. Unless they are not, well, they can beat the shit out of you with just one back kick, so... So... I don't piss them off and we good. Right? Is this from Crypto Necrodancer? Yeah, it is from Crypto Necrodancer. This is the overclocked remix. This one. Very nice. Gentle Dirk. Just a snuggly moo and greedy. I don't think... Look, kobolds are greedy. I'm greedy. I'm not a kobold though, but I'm greedy. Wait, kobolds are greedy. When I'm kobold, I'm greedy. My Chinese zodiac is red. Ooh. It's always just one before mine. Moo kobold? I mean, I could put a cowbell on the kobold. I mean, it's not moo, I think. I was on a barn once and a cow became my best friends. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. My first one, your Chinese zodiac is a fucking metal haunt. How is that a metal haunt? Wait, horse is... 鼠牛虎兔龙蛇马 Oh, after snake. Then it's horse. Let me see. Chinese zodiac, red, cow, tiger, bunny, dragon, 蛇 snake 马 horse 羊 狗 龙蛇马羊猴鸡狗猪猴鸡狗猪 monkey, chicken, dog, pig. And that's the 12th zodiac sign. Oh, thanks for the follow, Skyboo. Appreciate. I am Snake and I'm so upset because I was born 2 months earlier. I would have been dragon. What? I mean, what I would give to have a Chinese zodiac dragon. I'm kind of far away though. I'm cow. That's like 3 zodiac signs away. Cannot get dragon. Dang it. Ah, dang it. Let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Oh, dang it. Also, I think I had a tier 1 but wasn't followed, so here's the follow. Ooh, must be a gift sub of some sort. I appreciate it still. It's just noodle. Hi, Radar. Welcome. I'm a snake today. Snake's doing art. I don't believe in this zodiac stuff anyway, so it's fine. Honestly, me too. I just feel like it would be great if I, if there's a way to, say that I'm a dragon. I think it's neat. I think it's great, right? Yeah, it's fine. I think we both feel pretty much the same way. The strict revenge of androids. N. Is that a wordplay? Androids? Hi, thanks for the follow. I think it has to be a little bit thicker. Just a little bit thicker. And then extrude out here, I think. But I need it to be separate from the body. It has to be a lot more outside then, I think. Shit. Man, I haven't done 3D art in a long time. I'm feeling a little bit anxious doing this, honestly. You would think me doing streaming for almost 3 years or more than 3 years now, I would feel less anxious. No, you would be wrong. I still feel anxious every time I'm wanting to press the start streaming button. But I'm not as anxious as when I first started streaming, I remember. Oh, did you know? I mean, you guys probably don't know because I never shared this before, but when I first started streaming, my first ever stream, it took me like, I think about more or less half an hour. It's just me mousing over the start stream button. It's like, I don't know if I can do this. I want to do this though. I don't know if I can do it. But I want to do this. It's the back and forth for half an hour. and then eventually I just like, yeah, just press lah, walao eh. And then eventually I pressed it, and then I started playing Tekken. The stream goes as smooth as I can imagine, and by that I mean I immediately messed up the audio issue. I had double noise going on my PC, so it's like, You're doing great. I know that feeling, right? I think most people, if not all, will go through the same thing whenever they first started streaming. It's just normal to feel anxious, right? I'm pretty sure it's just normal. But why I don't even talk like, actually, you can ask Retro or Premium. Oh. You know, I would not believe you if you say this like a few months back. because you're so active with like Twitch chat. But now I feel like I could believe. Or like now I feel like I believe you. What this do? Ooh, pretty. Oh, it's hypnosis. I have that with Discord calls too. If I see friends in call, yeah, same. That's why it's also why I don't really. I mean, I would love to stream with other friends as well. Sometimes I do, but you notice that when I stream with other friends, I don't talk at all. Like, I talk so less, if not no talking at all. Because I feel like whenever I talk, I'll just disrupt the flow of whatever they're doing. So it's like, I don't want to disrupt them, so I don't talk. I cannot get over the feeling. Yeah, I can really. I know they would say like, oh no, it's fine. Like, I know it's fine, but in my brain it's not fine, you know what I mean? For my brain would be like, no, you're talking! Walao, you're breaking the flow! Hiya! Yeah, that feeling. Tough. What can I say? Tough. Yeah, in chat I'm active, but I won't drop a word. That's respectable. Honestly, just do whatever you're comfortable with. Exception when Discord fucking rats me out and switches my input method from push to talk to voice activation. Oh man, they got first-hand experience of how what Jade sounds like. Ooh, lucky. I don't believe it. Lucky. Yay, autism? Oh, that's autism? And then again, I never really diagnosed, like, I didn't even do like proper diagnosis for like these mental problems. Although I'm kind of sure that I kind of have some form of ADHD or ADD, I don't know. You know, with all the evidence pointing towards me hyper-focusing and stuff like that, and then sometimes I just get distracted so easily. Stuff like that. You know, subtle things that makes me realize that I might have like ADHD or something. But I never really got to like professional diagnosis because that shit's expensive. So expensive. Oh, I don't even know if there's any like psychiatrists here in Miri. Retro did? Wow. That lucky Retro. Retro is a dragon, right? If I remember correctly. I haven't been hanging out in Premium's chat as much lately. Like, although last time I saw Premium was in a maid dress. I was like, ooh, hey, cute. A cute giraffe? I mean, sure, he was using face cam. It's like, cute. Like, honestly, boys in maid dress, cute. And also, huge bravery for them for doing it. Like, really? I don't think I will be able to do that. Like, good gods. Do this slowly, add it bit by bit so that I don't lose track of what I'm trying to do here. It goes up. It's still thick up here. Yeah, I never say I have anything cause I never went to the brain doctor. I should probably. It's covered by healthcare here. Ooh, that's nice. I don't know if it's covered by healthcare here. I mean, at least my diabetes, my diabetes medication has been covered by healthcare here. So I have to pay a monthly of 5 ringgit. Then what I used to pay 500 per month for the medication. Or even more. So it's like it's a huge change. I like it. I don't like the doctors in the general hospital. The general hospital doctors suck. If you've been in my channel long enough, you notice that I I will always complain about the doctors treating me like a book all the time because I'm a goddamn human being and then I'm just being treated like a book. It looks like dashes. It's just like a chunk of meat away. Right here. It looks like. It looks like it goes out. Oh, wait, it's this. This part here. And then in the middle it goes out. Oh, it's not straight up. Oh, it's not straight up. Okay, okay, let me try again. You see, sometimes I love doing this, but also at the same time, man, is it hard? I mean, honestly, if I can find like a psychiatrist to check my mental status, that would be great. Maybe I should research a little bit more because I haven't do my own due diligence yet, right? I didn't check for if there's any psychiatrists around here. Maybe I should, but all I know is that the pricing of psychiatrists or like diagnosis, stuff like that, it's so expensive. Like, the pricing is cray-cray. If I look at it like this, I think it's kind of hard to understand. Doctors are here to help us and not to make money, right? In a way, I can understand that doctors need to make money, but at the same time, the pricing of them doing it is just trying to rip us off. Like, I know that they need to eat, they need to sleep, they need to live, they need to like do all the basic human needs as well. But it's just when the price is like thousands and thousands on just diagnosis, you know something is wrong. That's not trying to make a, I mean, that's not trying to make a living, that's ripping people off. Like, one of the people like me who is not like well off, right? I'm financially tight, struggling even, and then it's like, oh, I'm feeling I have this issue, this and that issue, and then every time we think that, oh, you're not feeling good, you have to go to the doctors. Sure, and then every time I go to the doctor, just basic medication. Every time I go to the doctor, diagnose the problem, and then get the medication, it's like at least 100 or something. It's like, God. You need money to like save yourself. And then people is like, health number one. Yeah, but if I don't have money, I cannot get health. God damn. It's always such a conundrum, and it's always so sad thinking about thinking about stuff like these. You know, like I want to be well off, right? I want to be, you know, health number one. Man, Snek, hi SC. They probably already charge you $50 for sitting in the waiting room, right? You have to wait for a long time, you know, wasting time, could have been making money. and then we have to pay money for it as well. It's like, you call the code, here's your medication. 100 ringgit plus. Sometimes I can just say 操你妈, but you know, I mean, I don't think 操你妈 is like against TOS, but it's a very bad word. Like, do they really think that doctors are here to help? I'm sorry, but I'm already like, I lost faith. Doctors are not here to help us, doctors are here to rip us off. But maybe I shouldn't say that. There could be a good doctors out there as well. Yeah, maybe it depends on the doctor, but it's sad to say that, like, at least, if not all of the doctors I went to, around the Miri part at least, it's all extremely expensive. It's insane. Just a normal everyday, like, I'm sick, I should go to the doctor. Go there, at least 100 to 150 to 200 ringgit gone. Like, I'm not even shitting you. That's the price for basic medication. And it's like, you wonder why people don't go to the doctors around this part. Like, I'm not joking. Around this part, like Miri, and my family as well, the same goes for a lot of my friends as well. It's like, oh, I'm sick, you should go to the doctors. No, fuck that. I don't think I have 200 ringgit to spare. Just for one doctor's visit. Man. Yippee healthcare. Ugh. There's never a middle ground with healthcare. Free healthcare in this year sucks. Paid healthcare is so expensive, it's absurd. Right? I don't know why there's no middle ground. You know, I feel like middle ground could be beneficial to both of the worlds, no? Free healthcare is good, but free healthcare always sucks because obviously free healthcare means that the person working there, the doctors working there, are definitely underpaid. So of course it sucks. And paid healthcare, it's so expensive that most people just don't go to the doctors anymore because it's so scary. Like, essentially it could be like, oh, I go visit a doctor. That means that a third of my monthly, like a third or half of my monthly allowance gone just by one doctor's visit. Like, why not do something that could be beneficial to both sides? I think paying doctors is good, but when doctors charge for like 200 per visit, it's kind of wrong. It's very wrong. So I feel like, why not just like lower the price a little bit so that people can go there and the doctors are not underpaid? I just feel like, why? But then whenever I ask myself why with these kind of questions, and then my brain immediately have one answer: greed. Money. It is always with money that produces problems and shit. You cannot say that I'm wrong. I feel like I'm not wrong with this. Free healthcare is good, and then you enter a war and suddenly it's too much. if they're at war, then I guess we don't talk about war, because I don't know anything about war and shit like that. I want to talk about healthcare in the perspective of a normal citizen, right? I don't know anything about war. Like, if there's war going on, and then healthcare definitely changed. Like, everything changes in terms of war, because everything needs to be immediate. It's like, snap, get to it. Like, that's war, because you need to be fast, you need to be faster than your opponents and shit like that. It's probably, I don't know. I don't know anything about war still. But in terms of like normal citizen healthcare, everything is just so bad. Like me having to rely on doctors for the past 16 or 17 years because I have diabetes. Like, man, the money that I earned, most of them just goes to doctor. And it sucks because I don't even have my own money to buy things, to enjoy the things that I was able to enjoy if there's like a proper healthcare system. Like, for so many years back then, I only started this like healthcare stuff with General Hospital Miri because I got like, a doctor reached out to me and then said that, hey, there's this some package, what did I say then? This healthcare system they mentioned. This healthcare system will help you with like the medications. You need to pay 5 ringgit every month, and you have to like check out your body in body checkup in General Hospital Miri, the government hospital, and that's pretty much you need to do, right? And it's like, okay, sure. So for, I think it was like 2 years ago, I started having this, and I'm a little bit better, in terms of like financially slightly better. That last year I can go to Forum and meet my friends after 4 or 5 years of not being able to do anything. It's such a huge difference, I'm telling you. So at least that healthcare system is a one step towards okay, It's not the best, but it does help. Because like I mentioned, 5 ringgit every month is definitely better than 500 ringgit every month, or like 600, depending on how much medication I use. I just think healthcare is like needs to be done better, I feel like. Or maybe I'm just asking too much here. To be beneficial to both sides could be very hard to achieve. I get it. Thing is though, it's not free. All get taxed for it. I heard American healthcare, there's like taxes that you need to pay. So you could say that it's quote unquote free, huh? Quote unquote free. How do I make that? What if I just add 1 here? That is strangely phallic. Oh, question. Is healthcare politics? Like, Oh no, I think the better question is healthcare part of politics? Because I have no idea, honestly. To me, I feel like healthcare is just like healthcare on its own thing. And politics is just like politics. Nothing to do with healthcare. That's just how I feel. But I don't know how people feel about me talking about healthcare suddenly. I don't think it's like close to being politics. Unless it is, then oops. Oopsies. Oh my god, wait, that's one caked up fox. Wait, it's so caked up. Why is it suddenly so caked up? Did I add too much? I might have added too much. The fox is absolutely caked. Okay, how about this? Put this down. Pull this up. And then pull this down. One caked up fox, huh? Caked up. It doesn't go that. It doesn't go like this. It just goes up a little bit. I don't know why I'm suffering so much with dyes and stuff like that. I mean, I made some 3D models, but this one is giving me proper problem. This one is really giving me proper problem, like a lot of problems. It's actually very thick. It's actually very thick. Why did I look at this and it's so funny? That is one proper caked up box. I don't think it's supposed to be this caked up, but it is very caked up. Maybe it's not supposed to be like this. Wait, give me a second. If I look, oh, I mean, I see the problem. I mean, this one is just protruding a little bit, and this one is absolutely caked up. Okay, let me try to do according to this. Haunches are weird. Haunches are very weird. It's the first time me doing this, and I don't know how to do it well. It's really difficult. But what I can do is that I'll try to like reduce the volume for a little bit. Make it as close to what I've seen with the picture as possible. I'm gonna eat. Okay. Have good eat. Have good sleep. Thanks for being so chill. I mean, I was on a bit of a tangent about healthcare. But hey, I appreciate it. I mean, I guess I was pretty passionate about this, like, healthcare stuff, just because I'm highly reliant on healthcare stuff for the longest time. So, there. Why is it so difficult? Look at this. This one is a problem. This one looks like this one is like together, and then it extrudes out here. This part. So this one is too obvious, I feel like. And a little bit more meat around here, I think. Then huh? Oh, the tail is blocking it. God damn. I mean, to be fair, from this point, it looks like they are like parallel with each other, but not too parallel. I never noticed how this pose is like extremely difficult. Although this one does give an idea. Right, this one just like here. Maybe? Oh, they don't go that up. They don't go that high up. Yeah, it's honestly something like this, and then goes forward a little bit. That looks like something. Can you use this sculpting to make something like a model for stream? Yeah, I mean my models has been using this, using ZBrush, and then import to Blender, and then import to Unity, and then from Unity import to a avatar file. Hi Salo. Salo, Cobalt friend, Cobalt friend. I have 4 models of my own that I can use for stream, but the Forest Guardian one is just so... it's kinda bad. I mean, you... probably not, but some of the clips shown the previous model that I used for the Forest Guardian character. I was looking into 3D, but it looked like a nightmare to make good shapes of cubes and stuff. This seems so much better. Yeah, ZBrush is... ZBrush, to me personally, is easier. Some people find modeling easier, but I personally find sculpting a lot easier. With more free form, instead of just looking at topology all the time. So, I personally enjoy sculpting a lot more. Alternate song of Turtle Necrodancer. This is the overclocked remix one. Here, this one. It really good. I very like. Especially the 5-1, the 5-1-2-3 is really good. Or maybe 5-3 is not as good, but 5-1-2 is really good. I guess I can just add the pause here. Front view looks like a nightmare currently. This one is just... it's not supposed to stick together, this part, but because I was using Dynamesh, that's why they stick together. I forgot what trim does. I mean, it makes a flat surface. What do I mean? I don't know what it does. You know, sometimes I feel like... sorry, that's too much. No, what I mean is a character design with like spikes, or like just a bit of a or like, you know, on the head with some spikes. I think it's kind of cool, you know? Right? Yeah, don't put it there, it looks weird, but no, it's not what I mean, but what I mean... sorry, let me explain. Like characters with spike on some places, not these parts, but they could work. You know, look at Lucario, but I personally like spikes. I mean, look at my snakes, look at my snake hood. I just think having like spikes or like here if I want. Right, something like that. I think it's kind of cool. I personally kind of like it. Like spikes, they're a cool design if used well. I assume you can make it with mirror mode. You can. You're using mirror mode. Yeah. There's the mirror mode. You press X and you activate it. You can choose to not mirror or mirror. I wouldn't say I'm really good at ZBrush, but I am a little bit more knowledgeable with ZBrush than Blender, because I use Blender for unwrapping UV and cutting topology. Yeah, you essentially UV unwrapping. That's what I do with Blender, and then also making blend shapes. Yeah, I don't really like using inflate. Feels weird.
Underworld bully, I will crush those who oppose me. Just like Mummy told me, my ambitions are cavernous. My motto is avarice. With blue I get so amorous. For gold I am ravenous.
It's so good.
My statements sarcastic, my flows pyroclastic, my legends dynastic. Yeah, when I rise like Lazarus, my odor is always hazardous. Your skill is at best average, there's no way you can handle this. Notice your moves are atrocious, so quote this. Hopeless is what you are, now bow down to a true star. My voice like thunder, I leave the earth on the sun, so don't make a blunder, you get 6 feet under. You better hide under covers, I do what I wonder. Your feelings get hurt, step up girl, you better stay alert, or you'll be napping up in that dirt. Fortress and mold, I'm putting in the work. I hope you like this room, cause now it will be your tomb. All your plans I will ruin if you don't play to my tune. Yeah.
Actually, so good.
I thought you were gonna dig deep. You sure didn't, must be kidding. Now you can't make a peep. Fortress symbol in these streets. Yeah, pause for the call. From the windows to the walls. See, victory is not yours. I came for the roars of applause, and you're the main cause. Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, this part is...
Victory is mine.
I should just add the volume here, I feel like. Oh, it's repeating again. I suddenly had a feeling of, you know, I'm doing art right now, right? It feels like I'm just doing random scribbles that I don't even know what I'm doing. But somehow I'm creating things with just me doing random strokes. I don't know. I suddenly had this feeling where I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it nonetheless. Oh, that's a weird feeling. Great music. It's great. Crib of the Necrodancer has some really good music. Highly recommend if you want to have a good time or like just listen to great music. Crib of the Necrodancer, good stuff. I've been listening to it for years now and it's still really good. I think to my knowledge, Crib of the Necrodancer is still getting updates? Question mark? I actually don't know. I didn't open Steam today. Yeah, I think having this looks a little bit better. Just a little bit. But it still looks weird. I want to add a little bit of, like... This is where the belly is located, right? Looks like it's pregnant. Oh no! Maybe I should not be adding more here, because yeah, now the fox is way too caked up. It's so caked up. Okay, don't add that anymore. Absolute caked up fox. That's actually a lot of polygons. Heck yeah, 1-2. 1-2 soon. 1-2 very soon. After this one, and then after the next one, it's 1-2. If I remember correctly. Oh, wait, how many? Oh, that looks weird. I have to deflate. It stink. Oh my god, why camera? Oh, it's a tutorial first. Oh. Oh wait. So it's straight out? Only that the feet is going out. It looks like it's just like one plump of meat here, and they're just like, huh? Maybe we should just like add one plump of meat here, and then just like the feet goes up and down. No, that's not it. Like this one is the most confusing to me. Like, huh? I don't get it. This is giving me a lot of brain problem. I don't get it. Let me try to sculpt the paw first. I mean, if I keep looking at this one single thing, it's not gonna help with in the long run. Is it just me, or is doing 3D art? Why does it hurt more on my hand? My hand hurts more when I do 3D art than I do drawing 2D art. Weird. I may do something similar to this, so I'll make these bigger afterwards. Or like, I'll do it now. Do some hand exercise? Yeah, I probably should. Give me a second. Or give me a few minutes. Oh, I got nut. Hey, cheesecake. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh. I'm being teleported to another dimension. Another dimension. Yeah. Maybe that feels a little bit better. How's the cheesecake going? I hope the heckin' cute bean is doing good. I'm doing it the lazy way. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm gonna give it a try. I never used this method before. Oh. Here are the Ultra Mega Super Amazing Cutie Sweet Bean. Wow! I'm sure cheesecake is also the Ultra Mega Super Amazing Cutie Sweet Bean as well. I'm doing pretty okay. Doing it just a little bit EP. EP sounds good. Oh, now I'm definitely EP now. I got EP from the bunk. But good to know cheesecake is doing good. What if I just... what if I just do this? Oh, wait, no. I do have a bit of anxiety happening right now. Hopefully it will subside in three more days or less. Oh, anxiety sucks. Gosh, I'm sorry you have to go through that. I would give you a hug if I can, but I'm very far away, so hopefully I can offer virtual hugs. Hopefully that's enough. Gosh, yeah, insanity sucks, really. I wish you all the best in dealing with it. I mean, I don't have much solid advice and shit like that, which I apologize. Still, I hope it will subside. So, subside faster, and in less than 3 days, hopefully. Use the I'm gonna use the trans-dimensional tail. Huh? Not too sure what that is. Trans-dimensional tail? Yeah, I don't know what that is. All good, trying to find the best way I can. Just waiting for an exam score and waiting makes me a little bit nervous. Oh, yeah. Ooh. I've been there. I don't like the feeling. I don't like the, what do you call the word? Suspension? No, no, it's not suspension. What's the word? You know when you're anticipating something but that doesn't come out in a few days. Yeah, that. Oh yeah, it is suspend, not notion. Yeah, the suspense. Ooh, yeah, that one gives me huge nervous. Yeah. It's okay. I believe in cheesecake. It's gonna ace it. Cheesecake gonna ace the exam. Oh, no complaint about the word trans twice? Basically, like, if you were to use your tail as a lasso and teleports to the thing you grab with say, snake tail. If you were to use my tail, if I were to use my tail as a lasso? Is it like a coffee? Can I drink my own tail? Shit, you know what, I should probably go lasso meaning. Lasso. A rope with a noose at one end, used especially in North America to for catching cattle. Oh! And what's the coffee then? Oh, it's a way to catch something. Oh, my tail. I don't think I can tie a noose on my with my tail, no. And it teleports to the thing you would grab with say snake tail. I mean, if my tail is teleportation powers, then wowee, wowee. I can grab myself and I can teleport to any location possible. I think that's kinda neat. Actually, scratch that. That's neat as fuck. A coffee is kopi? I just had kopi peng. Very, very nice. I mean, I went to Nagalia just now and it was a really nice nasi lemak place and ooh, I was craving a good nasi lemak for a while now and I got it. It was so heckin' good. No, not damn standard. This one. And now it kind of looks like claw instead of paws. Hmm? A coffee is coffee. Once we few KL peeps with and copy bang. Oh yeah, I was about to say I thought KO doesn't drink as much coffee as Mirians do or like Sarawakian. But no, I feel there's more coffee places, like local eatery just drinking coffee. There's more than in Miri, at least. I know it's good, but like, why Kopi Bang? Because Kopi Bang is great. Cold brew is not good, but Kopi Bang, oof. That's the good cheat. Kopi Bang is the good cheat, I'm telling you. It's like different than... It's not the same as cold brew. I don't know what's the difference though, but it's very different. How do I explain it? Kopi Bang is... Give me a second. Kopi Bang is like coffee. Iced coffee. It's like cold brew with condensed milk or milk and sugar. Yeah. I think. Hi Rogue. Oh, thanks for poop. I should make a sound cue for poops and stuff. I think the poop is... No, that would make sense. Kopi Peng is Kopi Peng and not Kopi Peng is not Kopi Peng. Bukan lah. Itu dia, Kopi Peng ialah Kopi Peng lah. Tapi saya tak tahu apa itu Kopi Peng yang tak sama dengan cold brew. Saya tak boleh jawab tapi saya tak pandai. No, wait, I know how to explain this. I know. Yeah, cold brew is just ice. Wait, no. Cold brew is just iced coffee with nothing. A Kopi Peng, imagine Kopi Peng being a cold brew plus milk and sugar and or brown sugar, but usually people use sugar. I think that's it. Maybe? Maybe? Hey, there you go. That's the difference. That doesn't look too bad. Wait, how do I even do this? Hopefully that answers your question. Oh, and one little fun thing to add is that if you look at the local eatery, and then if you see like there's a lot of like old uncles, auntie over there drinking. If you see the table, it's full of coffee. Like be it like kopi panas or kopi peng or kopi suam, kopi o, kopi kosong, kopi si. No, just kopi in general. If you see old people or like considerably aged people on one table with at least 1 or 2 cups of coffee on there, you know that you know that place has really good coffee, like really fucking good. I tried it once and it really worked, and now I'm there all the time. If I want to get like a good coffee, I'll just drive there. Like 老板 copy pen 一个打包回家。It's so good. The camera, oh my god. Why is the camera so hard to control sometimes? Oh, I realized something. I forgot. Let me open up Steam real quick. There's a game that I anticipated for a long time, and I think it's released, question mark? Well, it's not released, but it's the demo that's gonna be released. What? Oh. I didn't even read it. I didn't even know. Oops. I think it was Glide. Oh, there it is. It's out. No, it's not out. 10th of June. Oh, it's today. It's a game about actual dragons, so... And it actually looks really good. It's It reminds me of Devil May Cry gameplay, this one. So I keep looking, I keep following the Twitter. It's such a well-made game though. I mean, judging from the... like, from the trailer alone, it's like... it's already like good enough, I feel like. Yeah, let's watch from the start. Oh, we don't need that. Like... a dragon that's styling on all the monsters, like Devil May Cry, like huge combos and shit. I think... I mean, sure, it looks very simple right now, but the gameplay element looks really good right now. I cannot wait to play it. And it's gonna happen today. It's gonna get released soon. Now, I was suddenly reminded of this because I was like, oh, hey, didn't they say like the game's gonna get released? Like the free demo is gonna be released soon? And I was like, oh, isn't it today? It is today, but it's not happening yet. Probably because of time zones and shit. We have to wait. Or I'll have to wait. You might just see me play this game on Thursday. I already know what I'm gonna do. I already know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play this game on Thursday and... right? In 2022? But it's 2024. So this is like an even older video and it's already like something else, you know? Look at that. 10th June 2024. Soon. Very soon. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. I want to play this. I cannot wait to play it. Okay, let's continue making this. I would play off stream, but I think off stream I kinda want to play Monster Frontier. I'm still trying to remember the dragon that I cannot get through for the past few days when I was playing Monster Frontier. The Zeruryus, I cannot win against that. I've been practicing and still trying my best to beat it off stream as well. Not easy, but I'm gonna do it. I will do it. Oh, camera? Why camera? Why? Oh, thanks. Nice. That's good milk. I just got myself a copy of Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate and I'm still learning the controls for Great Sword. Start slow. I think Great Sword is a good start to learn about the game, really. I mean, personally. It's either Great Sword or Sword and Shield. And Kobo, you're forgetting you're a snake. Oh shit, I'm a snake! It's okay, they don't know. I mean, it's okay. Same behavior. It's alright. Charge blade, charge blade? Best beginner weapon? Oh, hi Narix. My first weapon, never strive with any others. Ooh. I mean, that's very respectable for playing charge blade as your first weapon. Because when I first played, oh shit, there's no charge blade in Monster Hunter Frontier or Monster Hunter 2. My first weapon was Greatsword. Because my tiny brain back then when I was in middle school, it's like I got my first Monster Hunter 2 on my PS2, and I started playing Monster Hunter with, and then I choose a weapon that's like, oh my god, this sword is so big, it's mine. So I was playing Greatsword back then. Also, hope you're doing good, Narix. Hello. Oh. And chat's gonna get hypnosis to Edie. My snake power is too strong. Oh, I got it wrong. Wait, was it supposed to be like flat at the start, and then points up at the end? I mean, not that pointy, but suddenly talking about Monster Hunter makes me want to play Monster Hunter Frontier. Oh, nice! Did you see the game that I just showed? It's coming out soon, where you get to play as a real dragon. I think you showed me this before, right? But this one is like an old trailer. Because, yeah, the demo is out today, it seems like. It feels like. It should be. Yeah, it's already June 10. Very, very nice. Can't wait to play it. I get to play as dragon and do cool attacks and cool tricks and just beat the shit out of enemies. Yeah. A good game. Already GOTY material. Definitely no bias in there. But that game has GOTY material. Like potential, sorry. And then it points towards a little bit, right? Feel like, why do I feel like you're pointing the wrong way? Are you? Weird. I mean, at least it doesn't look too cursed now. Sort of. I mean, still looks kind of cursed, but still. Bring out the designer music as she designs a model. Designer music. I mean, Necrodancer can be a designer music as well, yeah. Damn bobbin. Damn banger. I like this paw design. I like it. Kind of. It's simple enough. Oh, this one is so much more defined. Wow. Let's add line to this. It's not much, but I feel like it helps. My hand hurts. This is weird. I don't feel like this when I'm drawing. Yeah, when I'm drawing, I don't feel this much pain, and then when I'm sculpting, somehow I feel more painful than anything. Weird. Is this fox enough? This part doesn't make sense, you know? I'm just gonna pull it down. Oh, not entirely, but I'm gonna leave a bit of a dent in it. Like this. Yeah, I mean... But I'm leaving a little bit of dent just to, like, you know... Just a bit of a difference. It looks so wrong, though. But here... Oh... I don't know. I'll keep it like this for now. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. It is the inner thigh problem. I mean, just a tad bit okay-ish, you know? Now that I added the inner thigh to it. Yeah. It doesn't hurt me as much looking at this now. Yeah, it doesn't hurt me as much. Okay, inner thigh very important. Gonna admit something, terrible at Tekken, I just really like the music. Well, the same, I could say the same too, yeah. I'm not that good at Tekken, but I just really love the music as well. Like, not just Tekken 8 music, but like... pretty much... I mean, starting from Tekken 3... Yeah, starting from Tekken 3 and then afterwards, like, the music is... a lot of music is just, like, really good. You can combo people into oblivion. I've seen what you can do. I mean... but I keep getting washed though. I mean, I keep getting washed as well. I mean, I did bully some people as well, admittedly. Yeah, I did bully some people as well, but still. Okay, I'm slightly below average. Oh, average. Washed? Yeah, I mean, yesterday's session says a lot about me getting washed. Although in overall, I think I win a lot more matches than I get washed though, so yeah. You know, some people just put me onto the washing board and just like... yeah. I don't know how to fix this and I hate it. You get lots of W's? True. I do get a lot of W's. But I think my only issue with playing Tekken is that I don't have a thick skin. When people disrespect me, I just don't. My brain starts to like short circuit. That's a big problem of me playing Tekken as well. I love the game, but when I'm getting disrespected for playing well, it's like my brain doesn't work anymore. Disrespect back. I don't want to stoop that low though. Like they don't. Do they deserve my disrespect? I don't know. Maybe I should just disrespect back. What's the moral value in not disrespecting back? It's a game, disrespect them back. You know, when they want key charge them back. They want teabag them back. Why not? Yeah. Yeah, why not? I mean, if they're gonna key charge and teabag. There's no honor system. Yeah, there's no honor system. Why don't I just like beat the shit out of them and then key charge them back? Well, only to those who deserve it, of course. No, I'm not just gonna like randomly key charge people. Only to those who key charge me, then I'll do it back. If I can, that is. Says arc begins? I mean, probably. I mean, I say this now. Then when I start playing Tekken, I don't think I'm gonna do it. I don't know. I don't know. You know, sometimes I feel weird. I just feel like, you know, disrespecting people on in game. I feel like it's just it hurts my moral compass so much that I don't want to do it at all. But then again, I say this, you know, when people disrespect me, I short circuit, which is a bad cycle, you know. I think I added too much shoulder. Is this fox too thick now? I don't know why. There's something wrong. Is the chest too big? I feel the chest is too big. The chest is too big. Something's wrong here. Something's making me laugh. I don't know what. No, something is making me laugh. Something is not right. Something's fucky here. Something's not right. Something's definitely fucky. But what though? It's just this line, I feel like. Yeah, that line. It's not supposed to be... I mean... it's hard to say, right? It's hard to say. There's definitely one caked up fox though. Have I ever tried this? Is it right? Why do I feel like this is a weird structure? Wait, no, it actually kind of works though. Oh, I mean, it kind of works. Okay, so good. I was kind of afraid that it might not work and I have to like do it all over again. Oh, okay. Numbers. Nine numbers. Cute Kobo snake? I mean, a Kobo snake definitely sounds about right. It definitely sounds about right. I have like I'm a snake with some Kobo tendencies. I was the cutest Kobo. I'm the cutest Kobo. She's away, and that the Kobo is away, so Snake's here. I'm sure she's doing good. You just smell fun. You just smell, huh? I actually think this is okay-ish. Like, this is definitely hard to do. Now, let me say first, just before, you know, shit goes bad. And by that I mean the ZBrush crash or anything. Wouldn't want that now. Now I just need to add a mushroom. Can I just cheat? Because this is the concept, you know. This is the AI generated concept that my sister wants. So I'm just trying to make her one. Just a mushroom on top of a fox? Yeah. Why not, right? Anywho, just stopping in to lurk before I head to bed. Oh, thank you for the lurk numbers. And I do hope you have a good sleep. Thank you. Hope the art goes well. The art is surprisingly going pretty well, I would say. Like, and I'm struggling a lot with the thigh here, but eventually I figured it out a little bit. It doesn't look the best, but it's not what I got. Yeah, this song is very good. I agree, Jacko. Look at all that. Without me, what the fuck? Sneaking the go coil out? Everyone is allowed to get cozy in the coils, Jade. Yeah, Jade, you could just invite yourself to the snake coil. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah. I feel like I want to cheat, but before that, I already saved, so it's all good. Merge down. Yes. Oh my god, I thought it crashed. I thought it crashed. $196K. Camera. I want to listen to 5-1 and 5-2 again. Stretch that bone. I'm gonna stretch again. I'm gonna stretch my hand as well. Do some hand exercise, I guess. My hands are more painful today for whatever reason. Weird. I'm still here. I'm just doing hand exercises. Okay. That feels slightly better. Now, before I continue doing this, I want to see if I can cheat or not. Mushroom training model. No, it's always Sketchfab and Turbo Squid. Oh my god, what the what is this? Look at I searched for mushroom. This vegan braised vinegar pork. Oh my god. Oh wow, that is. What the fuck? That looks so good. What the fuck? Wait, how the fuck do they do this? He has the soup shine and everything. Oh geez. Oh my god, that is so. This is very fucking impressive though. I mean, this is probably the alpha, like the alpha plane, but it's so well made. How the fuck? Oh, we have vegan braised beef noodles. Annotation. King oyster mushroom. Alright. I'm sorry. I don't know what that is. Daikon? Okay. What's this? Shit take. Sorry. Shiitake mushroom. Bok choy? Lion's mane mushroom. Where's number 6? Okay. Colander. Last time I looked up mushroom, I found something else. Eh? What could you find? Other than mushroom when you find mushroom? What that mushroom? We have shit take mushroom. Look at that. Shit take mushroom. since when they added annotation stuff? The model was made out of wood and was colored afterwards. Different tools were used to give the surface more natural look. Even the hymenium on the side of the cap is structured. The base is around this that imitates soil and vegetation. Whoa. Cool. It was drugs? Oh my god. What? Why is mushroom drugs? Oh my god. I was looking for mushrooms to use in my fried rice, experimenting. Oh, you could put some see you tomorrow in there. Okay, for collection management purposes seen on the standing surface. Here the old inventory number as well as the German and Latin name of the fungus are featured. Especially relevant for fungi is the note edible. Edulis? Epa. That's German. Oh! Epa means eatable. Oh! I've decided to just stick with MSG, can't go without it. MSG is too good. The B is not a B? Oh, that's not B. B is like a sharp S. So it's like S-bar. Oh, Esh-bar? Oh wait, I think it's Esh-bar. Because it's sharp S, not X. You know, if it's X, then it's S-bar. But I don't think it's S-bar. Oh, the first one. Oh, it's S-bar. Oh. S-bar. Now I know. Cobalt is not S-bar. Stein peels is just that kind of mushroom. This type of mushroom? It looks very cute though. I mean, I never seen a mushroom like this before. Like, the top is smaller than the bottom. Cute. Cute. Any more mushroom I can use? I'm gonna cheat. Oh, some of these are really good. The Z is just an old handwritten way of writing it. Oh, so essentially the Z is silent. Probably. I have to go to my bank now, be right back. Okay, Bracky. Take your time. Take care. And good luck with bank. Hey, I can use this. Mushroom. This is so interesting. Oh. Oh, I know how this is made. Bump and normal map works. Oh, that's clever. I mean, this texture is really good. Yeah, Substance Painter. Quite a bit for nice looking mushroom for CSGO map. CSGO map? There's also this one. This one is very cute. Whoa, that's trippy. Whoa, that's trippy. Whoa. Ooh, that's cool. Oh my god, 100k? Dude. Can you at least try to make it like this one is just 5k? This one is 150k for this. Ooh, I mean, okay, look, Blender can handle this much try, I feel like. What file do you have? BTD? B3D? More model information. Oh yeah, GLTF. No? Why is it this music all of a sudden? Oh. Oh yeah, it's Ultra Kill. I want to look this one for a little bit. Is GLTF again? No textures, full materials. No textures. Right, it is just base color, look at that. Yeah, there's no texture. So maybe this one is what causes that much like tries. Because these are rather basic shapes, right? And then this one is probably what caused it to have so much polygon. I would guess anyway. It's very cute now. What file do you have? Oh, FBX? FBX is good. Can I download? Can I just download? Oh, of course. Alright, give me a second. I think I have a Sketchfab account. No? Okay. I think I uploaded one of my own models into Sketchfab. Yeah, this is my old account. Well, not my old account. I have a Sketchfab account. I made this. I mean, I personally feel like it's not bad. Can I have like a... Yeah, see, this one is only 5k triangles. It's not bad, right? It's not bad. If I have these particles and stuff. And oh yeah, I spent so much time on this gem. I forgot. Oh yeah, and the grass. This is me the first time using using alpha plane, I think. Yeah, alpha plane. The rocks texture was really hard to do. I messed up here. Yeah, I was using hand painted hand painted texture here. I was not using substance at all. I was using Maya and then unwrap it to get the UV map. Yeah, diorama study. It was kind of fun doing this. And the moss here, like this one is too clean, I feel like. Should have added a little bit more dust here and everything. I mean, honestly, the rocks is not bad. I mean, it's very simple, but looking from afar, it kind of does its job. You know, it kind of does. I cannot believe I made this. Well, it is not bad. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Like, this one is fun to do. I just added like some empty here and then just like add light. Add light to it, and there you go. You have this fun stuff. Anyway, that's not why I'm here today. Let me download a fly agaric mushroom. Let me try downloading both version. Wait, sorry. Give me a second. I want to listen to Family Juice. Yeah, they have the full album stream 7 years ago. Damn. Oh, oops. Okay, there we go. Oh, this one only has GLTF though. Let me try this one. Oh wait, I haven't... Okay, now that I have this... Anulus hood? Oh, that's Anulus hood and stem. Wow. Oh, it's in the collection. Oh, they are separate. Okay. So, okay, now that I know I can put this here. Let me try this. This is clearly too much polygons. I wanna cheat. I mean, just cheat. It's alright. It's fine. Just cheat. How many polygons? 196. I mean, there's not much detail here. Only for the head. Okay, let me rematch this one. Oh, 11K? I mean, some details are gone, but this is not bad. I mean, I just need to put it into like okay-ish. This is not for use. This is just for to render a nice picture. That's pretty much it. Render a nice picture in Blender. So I think 11K is fine. Let me export this as thugs, no poly. Oku? No poly. Oh, why? Okay. This is high poly. I need a high poly for baking, of course, I forgot. Bacon. Oh, I forgot how to use... Okay. Control zoom and... Okay, I almost forgot how to use Blender. Oh no. Just go up. Come on. OBJ. This is one thick fox. Very thick. If I do this... Oh wait, no, we get this a little bit bigger. Why do you look like this? Oh my god, I need middle click. Okay, there we go. Just some modification needed. I told you I'm gonna cheat. But I feel like it's too straight. Like... Okay. Maybe? Maybe? Oh, man. Oh, I'm gonna hide the mushroom for now. I'm gonna focus on this one. Oh, nice. No. I'm sure I expected this. Oh yeah, I forgot they have the Screamo. They have a Screamo version of this. Hell yeah. I mean, kinda works. Control everything? Uh-oh. Oh, it's Control Shift M. I just need to like... There we go. I need to extend it. There, okay. I'm slowly slowly getting back the Blender knowledge. Oh my god, it's been so long. There we go. Man, sometimes I wish I can shout like that. It's so cool. Just screamo stuff. I like it.
Family Jules here. Just hope you're enjoying Aria Awakened, the Crypt of the Necrodancer.
Oh, it's all spiral.
If you really enjoy it, please consider grabbing it from Bandcamp, iTunes, and Google Play. I promise I won't bother you for the rest of the album stream. Thanks again so much for listening, and I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, it's all spiral. This is bad. I mean, this is what I get for using Z Remasher. I don't like calling it Z Remasher. Z? Why not say it like, why not spell it like ZEE, you know? Okay, this is what I want. I can work with this. Just like that. Gonna do something like, just gonna do a very simple unwrapping. Like very, very simple. Sometimes I feel like I should change my method by going like sideways like this. I feel like the sideways scene is better. Yeah, okay, let me change that. Oh no. Okay, I think that's fine. No, I think it's best to open the line here. I'll just do it manually. Not that much. I'm so lazy now. I'm just doing everything so lazy. Okay, I'm just gonna like shit, it's fine. Oh, why is the head not cut? I think they got confused. No, it's a mouth part. Oh, look at this. Oh, there we go. Now say why is the head like stick together? Something must be wrong. And I was right. Different pieces. Okay. Such a weird shape, this one. Why are you shaped like this? Oh, this is a leg. It works as long as they don't, like they don't kiss together too much. The bleeding edge should not be too big. It should not be too big of a problem here. I mean, I hope. I hope. I'm being very, very not very professional about this. Oh man. I'm doing it as simple as possible. Oh shit. Okay, so now we got this. Let me check if it's is it out yet? Are you out? No, are you out yet? I want to play. I want to play. Okay. Holy for substance. Selected objects. Slowly. Okay. Okay. Well, I just need to put into substance. I mean, I guess I'm gonna follow the color like this. I mean, inconsistency aside. I love hopping into a modeling stream and seeing the eyeless horror before. Hi, Breen. You like the eyeless horror? I haven't put in the I haven't put in the eyes yet. I'll do it last, and I'll do it separately. I don't. You know what? I don't too. It's okay. I'm gonna have. It's gonna have eyes very soon. I feel like. Hopefully. No. Fear. Fear. What? Haha, I'm safe. I am very safe. Okay, or not. Did you know you can make either vertical or horizontal barcode? You know, a Stixy barcode, if you will. Okay. Now you're just gonna do some very basic color. Snake barcode. But before anything. I don't think it's gonna take a long time. It's just so basic. There's no details here. It's so basic. All right, bake default. Oh, bake everything. Yeah, bake it. Oh, that is actually spooky. That is actually scary. With ambient occlusion? Oh my god. Yeah, there we go. Look at that, pretty fast. Here, let me show you. It's so scary, oh my god. Okay, oh hey, look, the nose is here. I mean, it's not that apparent, but it's not bad. It's there. Yeah, it's there. Honestly, me doing this is just for the nose. That's it's just for the nose. Yeah, good enough. Oh, I was like, the settings are missing. Oh, it's actually pure white. Sure, why not? Black mask. I mean, as shown here, I mean, these are AI generated, but I'm gonna try to, like, according to this, right? Oh, this one has like a bit more definition. So the shield and everything is in, it's like white color. Oh, I forgot to make tongue. the thing that came out of my mouth sometimes. I forgot to make a tongue, okay? Okay. I forgot to make a tongue. That just came out, okay. I don't understand sometimes, but I mean, it is what it is. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's above eye line, so it's like... Interesting, even until the mouth, that it's still like... I mean, I'm sure the inside of the mouth is not going to be white, but... I'll impromptu a color from it. Wait, even the whole body is white? Wait, no way. I should follow the other pictures. I mean, if I give it the whole body white... Like, let's try to follow the picture given. Like, don't question it. Oh, even the whole hand. I should just make the white color as base color. It's easier that way. Anyway, let's... I'm gonna put as everything white first. I mean, I thought the white color is like accent, but I was wrong. I mean, at least the back should be not white, right? Let's keep it as like only belly. Underhand. Yeah, I should probably do like only underhand as the white color. I feel like behind I don't make it white. It's gonna be tough. Or maybe I'll make it white around the fur part. Like these parts. Wait, why if I just do like... Don't know how this part works. Oh. I mean, AI generate is truly one of a kind, isn't it? I mean, okay, I've been looking at these pictures here. So this one is the reference that my sister sent me. It's AI generated, so it's so weird because I don't get it. The face, the fur pattern not supposed to be like this. This is the right pattern. So are these, you know, like they have from the snoot here until here, and then this way is like straight line back. Like behind would be just like this, so essentially just like a thing. But because of AI generated here, it's all white here for whatever reason. I don't know if my sister wants to keep it that way. Oh, am I allowed to have some artistic liberty on this? She's not here, so I cannot tell. I don't really want to do this though. Why is there a McDonald's here? Oh. Yeah, look at that. It's so... oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it's AI generate, of course. Yeah, see? The white doesn't go to the eye. Like, all foxes are that way. Don't go through the eye. I think I want to... I don't want this. I want this. The mask. I want the mask. I hope she doesn't mind. I'm gonna take a bit of liberty here and change a little bit. I really don't want that. I'm sorry. Unless it's like a... unless it's a proper reference sheet telling me to do this specific thing, then I'll do it. But this one is AI generated. I just think it's... I think I can take liberty to this one, I think. It should be... yeah. So only towards the... only until this part. It's like... yeah. Even the fur is like blending with this. Oh yeah, I like this more. Oh, there's such a huge difference. And then back here it's all these. And then just the front part is... yeah, pretty much the front part is like white. And then the side should still be... I think this counts as underbelly. I'm gonna... Okay, let's not touch on so much with the paws first, because like the paws are black here. So let's touch on the other parts first. Oh, it has this. It has... I guess I really struggle so much when I'm not doing the species that I like. See, I don't have much problem doing snakes, doing kobolds, dragons. And then once I do a fox, I have so many trouble doing them. I don't know why they are difficult for my brain to grasp. It's tough. The inner ear. How would I do fur in this? Can I just... Why am I shaking so much? Oh, the sun. Alright, of course the sun is shining directly on my face. It's too bright. My camera is being confused. This should do. How about you? Oh, hello, man. Hi, friend. Kobo friend. Hello. Hope you are doing fantastic. Welcome, welcome. Sneku doing art. Oh, there's 3 different colorations? Wow. For the inner ear, I mean, this AI is not bad, I think. It has to be above... Yeah, it's above this one, below this one. Okay. Rolling in? Yeah, look at the rolling kobold. I am? Nice. Good to know. I'm gonna try to finish this one, but at the same time I feel like I cannot. It's tough. It's like this. Yeah. I mean, Tira is probably behind playing something. I don't know. She doesn't want to do art, so I'm here. It's 300 give it, right? Yip rack. Yip rack, whack whack. Oh my god, Merp with my tail. I'm sorry, not mine. Merp with Tira's tail. I can imagine like Tira's just hiding behind Merp wagon. To create that emote. Just cobalt things, very adorable.
Ooh, shiny.
Yep.
Cobalt. He's Snake. As a snake, I can hiss I can hiss with you. I can hiss. 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 Oh no, we need another hiss. we need a hiss command. Oh no. Then the middle part is this one. Snake. Oh no. Yeah, it's real. Yeah, this command and this command appears when I was making the snake model, and I was sculpting the booba, and then I think it was Roxas. It's like, oh booba, and then we have this command. I found a secret. Yeah, snake titties. I'm being so lazy with this. I fear my sister's gonna punch me. Oh my god, that's actually perfect. Wow. Merp found a secret. And that actually looks like an eye. Oh my god. Wait a minute. I mean, that's good enough. This is so... Oh, man. I mean, I don't know how this looks from afar. But it looks so bare bones, I feel kinda bad. But I also don't know how to make it look good. It has eyebrows. I'll add this, my personal favorite. The color doesn't really fit. Let me change. Maybe not this color. How about this one? Yeah, okay, then that's kind of good. And that dark purple was too strong. Fox. This is for my sister. I mean, she redeemed it like last year, I think. Oh my god. No, I don't think it's last year. It's like early, really early this year. Or it could be last year. I don't remember. And now I'm finally doing it for real. It's not the best looking one, but I hope she doesn't mind. I can definitely work with this. Oh, it's the same color. So from here. So hopefully when I'm done with this, I have enough courage to open up the redeem for 150k. Oh man. I'm so afraid because doing something for someone else, it's always so scary because I feel like I'm just gonna destroy the character. Which I don't really want to do. I want to make the character look good, but most of the time I just feel like I'm messing it up. So, yeah, I'll try to get some courage. Oh, it's inside. Oh, I don't want to paint inside. Dang it. Oh, I'm painting inside again. God damn it. Man, if I add a bump to this, like if I add height to this, it looks like the fuck is wearing gloves. And so is here. I feel like I should change the color of this. I mean, it's a little bit too saturated purple. I want darker, less saturation. Yeah, because I think too high saturation is not gonna make it. I just feel kind of weird when it's too high saturation. I don't know if it's just me or like, I don't know. It's just how I feel. Let me relax my hand a little bit. Oh, it has a little bit of... Yeah. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. Alright, I'm back. By the way, I forgot. It is... Sorry. It is... what do you call 端午节? It is a sort of festival going on right now. Or a holiday. 端午节. Oh, it's called Dragon Boat Festival. It's Dragon Boat Festival. Look at that. It's today. Upright Sun or Double Fifth. So usually during Dragon Boat Festival, it's like a Chinese holiday, and we eat glutinous rice dumpling? Is it glutinous? Oh, look at that. Glutinous rice dumpling, is it? Yeah, 对，粽子. Not these. This one. The song of my friend. I mean, look at that. All the yips. All the yips of my friend. Look at that. It's a glutinous rice dumpling. It's like a tradition where we eat this during Dragon Boat Festival. Oh no, yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Is safe search off? This is... Why is it purple? You don't put purple stuff in there. God damn, I don't know what this is. But yeah, usually it looks like the picture just now. Yeah, this one. This is the most classic one. Sticky rice dumpling. So inside there'll be mushroom, there'll be chicken meat, and it's flavored. I don't know what flavor, but usually there's like a flavor to it. It's chicken flavor. I think it could be chicken flavor. It's so fucking good. I don't know how to make one though, but it will always... It's always a tradition where during Dragon Boat Festival, everywhere sells this. Like, everywhere. Whatever mall you go, whatever local market you go, they will sell this. But one thing about this sticky dumpling or glutinous rice dumpling is that most people will not make it good. It's sad, right? Because it's really hard to make. You're gonna cook the rice. You're gonna cook the glutinous rice beforehand, and that is difficult already on its own. So yeah, I still want to listen to. I'm gonna re-listen again. Food. Yeah, this is really good. So because of this, I forgot it's today. My mama wants me, wants to have like a family dinner together tonight. So I'm gonna end early. Not now though, but soon. Very soon. Very soon. Oh. Smite Rocks, hi. Is it? It's hard to tell. But I feel like the whole body should be this color. It's so cool. I think it starts from around halfway, so I would say here. So I hope you're doing good, Smite Rocks. Welcome. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like this one is a little bit weird. I think I'm just gonna leave the chest as like white and then the rest. Yeah. It's a very shiny fox. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. I'm really not good at doing foxes, am I? I really struggle with non-reptilians. I'm too biased. I'm too biased. Hi there, Kobo. Yip. It's my friend's noises. Yip. I hissed today. Do kobolds? I will. Probably. Oh, I'm not gonna read that because you said quietly. Yep. Oh, yep is in yip as well. There's like a bunch of different yips in there. I think a few of them is like yep. Or like call. Oh no, Merp. Merp found out. I say yip, good fellow. I say yip, good fellow. A very sophisticated kobold. I think the inside of the mouth is just gonna like be very basic. No, why are you crying? Why? What did I do? So I should make up here. No, down here. No color. Nothing. Just roughness. Oh, this has to be on top. Because it's roughness only? Yeah. Look at this cute merp I found. Such a fine specimen of yip. I'm so glad Tira is just hiding right now. I can't believe Merp got looted. Shake my head. Wiggles. What a fine specimen. I mean, Merp is so adorable, honestly. Heckin' best bold. I want to... What did I want to do again? I don't like this. I feel my sister's gonna hate me now. I forgot what I wanted to do. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the tail. I forgot about the tail. I was like, something's missing. I was like, yeah, everything is done. I forgot about the tail. Oh. It's like something's fucky here. Ah, shit. It's okay. No big deal. Alright, no big deal. Food? I eaten all the food? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All the food? I have some chicken over rice. I want it. I'm not gonna steal the food from Merp. I forgot what I want to... Wait, what did I want to add? I thought you can have flush and latex. I'm just gonna put like around this. A bit of a shine, but not too shiny. I eated that too. No, you didn't. Merm got the shotgun. I forgot what I wanted to add. Delete this. Oh, I remember what I wanted to add. Add this. Should be around. It's not that pink, right? Why am I like this? This one should be shiny inside, I think. I mean, it's slobber over, so of course it's gonna be shiny. Good night, tear artwork looks great. Thank you, Raider. And also, have good sleep. Thanks for hanging around. Kobo, what song is this? Inila. Wait, this is A Trial of Thunder by Family Jewels 7X. Well, Family Jewels. There, Trial of Thunder. It's a Crypt of the Necrodancer music. It's still Necrodancer. It's nice, right? I like it. White Musk. Oh, I love this one. Sometimes I wish I can scream like this. Here, listen. Oh, jealous. I want to scream like that too. Oh, I guess I'll continue working on this next week. Or off stream if I can, I'll work on it. I mean, this one is close to being finished, I feel like. I'm just missing a few like tail and everything. I'm missing tail and I'm gonna texture eyeballs. And mushroom is already done. I mean, I cheated. Done. I mean, I could just... I can export this texture. It's more or less here and there already, right? Oh, it's Snek who are... Hi, Lex! Lex who? Legix! I don't know why I like Legix. How bad do you get Lex? Welcome. Yeah.
Hey there, Family Jules here. Just hope you're enjoying Aria Awakened, the Crypt of the Necrodancer Metal, blah 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 blah. If you really enjoy it, please consider grabbing it from Bandcamp, iTunes, and Google Play. I promise I won't bother you for the rest of the album stream. Thanks again so much for listening, and I hope you enjoy it.
Wow, this part is so good. It's so powerful. Oh yeah, have you looked at something scary? I have something scary. Here, look. Oh my god, are you the ghost? Oh my gosh! I know why it's spooky. It's probably because of the eyeballs here. Like, no eyeballs. It has ambient occlusion on it, and it's generated like this. I mean, here looks good. It has like the depths on it. This is so scary. Oh my god. Here, okay, we good. Now, we're not saying that this is not scary, but the eyeless creature is scary. Snake bees. Balls. Yeah. Look at that. Streamlabs like Snake DTs because why not? Add texture image. Open. Ugh. Why? What did I do? Oops. I want roughness. Roughness. Snake babies. Is my brain fried? Oh no. It's only 5 PM and my brain is already fried. God damn it. Hey. Now I just need to add the tail and the eyeball. I can't believe I forgot about the tail. I mean, it happens to me so many times that I keep forgetting about the tail. Cannot believe it. I think I might stop here because there's like I have a family dinner afterwards. Yeah, I have family dinner. I'll save here for now. I'll try to get this done off stream or something, if I can, that is. But one thing is for sure, is that I will listen to Audible tomorrow when I'm working. Hell yes. A boop on my snoot. A boop on my snoot. I don't have hand tracking right now, but I will give you so many boops on your snoot. Just because you're heckin' adorable. I can say stuff like this is a snake, right? I don't know. Here, let me how do I shit? 7? 7? Okay. Oh, right. I'm a snake in the cave. I'm a snake in the cave because why not? Alright, it's rather early today. Let me see if I can raid anyone. Raid. Oh. The niche is streaming. Oh wait, niche just started. Hey, niche just started. I can raid to a dragon. Snake then? Did we do an early raid on niche? I mean, niche raided us a few times already. I kinda want to return the favor. I mean, it's also because niche is like heckin' cute dragon. This is getting out of hand. Any dragon that I see is just cute in my book. Oh no. This is getting out of hand. Yeah, let's rate niche. Why not? Why not? I can rate niche. Oh, is the name actually Naiji? Dragon's bound to have good shinies? Yeah, I know, right? We're bound to have some good shinies. Here, let me summon Bernie real quick. I guess we did make some good progress today on the model. I'm surprised that I got the thigh done. The haunch is weird, but at least I got it done. It was difficult to do. Very difficult. Anyway, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Oh, I just realized before I end the stream though, I just realized something. Snake with glasses. You know, in cobras, right? Cobra in Chinese it's called 眼镜蛇. A literal translation, glasses snake. So here I am, a snake with glasses on. And I'm a cobra. Well, cobra of sort. I'm a cobra. Look at that hood. I'm a cobra. So yeah, there you go. The character is a joke. Well, not a joke, but there's an inherent joke in there. If you dive deep enough, you find it. 眼镜蛇. Stixy is good sneak. I'll take it. I like good jokes. I like good jokes. Me too, honestly. I don't know how to make jokes. I'm so bad at them. And sometimes when people make a good joke and I'm just so... I'm so dense that I cannot get the joke. And I just kind of leave them hanging. So I kind of feel bad sometimes. Pun names are awesome. Yeah. Actually, I didn't even plan this one. I just feel like Stixy would look good on the with the glasses on. And I was right. And I like it. And sadly though, the funniest joke I know only works in German. Oh. Maybe I can get it? Question mark? I mean, I don't know anything about German language. You look crabby today. Hi Roxas. Did you find me yesterday? I mean, I realized that you're not like... You didn't find me, so I was playing Rise of Rain with my mid-school friends. Yes? But I didn't reply. So you did find me. It's weird because I didn't receive it until until just now when I opened up Steam. Like I really didn't receive your message last night. I was like, weird. There's no way Roxas would not find me. And then when I opened Steam just now, and I was like, why is there like a green bell? And then one unread message like, oh no, what the fuck? I actually did not know. It goes like this. Was much D? There has to be D, right? It's not die. This is not English. The security in der Nudelfabrik. Die Pasta Oof. I don't know what it means. But I cannot handle me reading German because I feel like I'm butchering the language. Help chat. Why, you're a mod? I'm actually still waiting for Niche to like... Niche is still at the starting soon dragon. Starting soon screen. You laugh, so mission accomplished. Actually, yeah. Mission accomplished. I like... I left. It good left. Even though I don't know what it means. But I will take it. Oh hey, Niche is here. Want me to explain the joke? Yeah. Yeah. Boob Roxas? Yeah, Boob Roxas. So we play now? No leh. I have family dinner afterwards. It's the Dragon Boat Festival. It has dragon on it. That's afterwards. Soon! Soon is also afterwards. It's soon. Very soon. That's... Okay, you fuck. But now it's the present. Don't give me that. One crab champion's probably gonna take an hour because the build's gonna be so OP. Oh yeah, I summoned Bernie. Now I need to summon no one. I need to summon Discord. Wait. Can you survive the first 20 round? What? I built my I built my crab. Like when I tap I lightly tap the mouse button, it shoots like 1,000 bullets in like 0.1 second. That's how strong the build was. and then the DPS is like multiple million. I'm not gonna play True Nightmare, I'm not gonna suffer. It says, what does security do in the noodle factory? Then it says, deep pasta oof. Oof passen means like looking at or watching over something, but pasta is also noodles, and the pasta oof sounds like the pasta oof. They watch over it, but with pasta. Oh, hey, noodles can be on the lookout as well, right? It's a good joke though. I'm on True Nightmare. I'm not gonna play True Nightmare. Okay, I summoned Discord. I think, yeah, I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna go get dinner with family. Gonna get family dinner. Oh, Niche is here. Okay, good. Let me type in the raid. I don't wanna play True Nightmare. We have family dinner here. Oh, too far. Like for real, I would consider you family. Like I would. Like we can have dinner together, but we're too far apart. And lu di KL what di mili ah? Macam mana? Okay, there we go. I think I type in the rate and the pet. Thank you, Fire Jackal. The pet's a little bit far, but it's okay. But tonight, gosh, I don't know. I feel like tonight I might be playing Monster Hunter World. It's hard. It's hard. I'm gonna raid Niche, and I need to go prepare for dinner. Let's see how. See how. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. And my brain stopped working. I love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. This time Snek loves y'all. I mean, Snek loves y'all along with this. Like here. Snek definitely loves y'all. Right, 200%. Wait. It's okay, it's cousin. I just love getting you some love. Hey, I appreciate that. Okay, attempt room. He comes right to niche. Bah. We're raiding to a dragon. Oh, how about this time we're not gonna ask for shinies? We're gonna ask for uppies. Oh, I don't have non-sub rate of this version. Oops. Yeah, you use whatever emo you guys want. It's totally fine. Yep. Hi, Wildflower. Hello. Hope you're doing good. We're raiding out though. We're raiding to a dragon. Raiding to a dragon. I mean, even as a snake, I have like cobalt tendency. You could say that I'm a snake with cobalt tendencies. We just woke up. Oh, hope you have a nice sleep, huh? And I hope sleep was good. I'm gonna see you guys on Thursday with a new game. Well, not really a new game. I mean, it is a new game. It's a dragon game. I'll show you on Thursday. But it's a good game. So, take care, everyone. Snake loves you. Attached to Stixy. I have a cobalt now. Right, take care. Mwah. Bye. I'll see you guys on Thursday. Take care. Bye. No hand tracking, but bye. Oh, that's a stealth boop right there. It's stealth boop.